Yo, how's it going? Guten Morgen. Hello, Brandon, Ace, Izzy, Lemon. What's going on? You guys all right? I had a much better sleep last night, even though I still sound quite congested. I do feel a lot better than yesterday. I was listening back to a little bit of the stream yesterday just to check what the audio was like and stuff, and I was like, man, I sound so congested and like bunged up. So good. At least the microphone works. But yeah, I do feel a lot better today. I had a much better sleep, and yeah, it's been good. And I had kind of a big think about the image. Yeah, I'm cozy in this, man. It's nice and warm. Yeah, I was having a think about the image yesterday after stream. So yeah, I'll make some changes to that. I'll kind of explain those when we're on the picture itself. Yeah, it just needs to be like a bit more epic feeling. So I'm gonna do some like epic clouds, give it a bit more depth in the background. And yeah, we'll see about the other figures. I'm not really sure if that's something that's going to be there yet. But I think what I'll do is kind of block out some clouds and yeah, some other changes that I wanted to make, which I'll go through as we do it. And then yeah, then I'll probably like jump it into color. It'll still be in a very like basic state, but at least when it's in color, everything's kind of there. I can still move things around, etc. But I'll just have a better feeling of what the whole thing's going to look like finished once it's in color. So I'll kind of show you that how that will work, putting it in color. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna start with a cloud study, because we're gonna paint some clouds today. So yeah, I'll start with the cloud study. Then we'll get into the picture. Yeah, Ace, what did you miss? Loads, mate. We got loads done. It was a busy stream. I'll quickly show you. But we got this done yesterday, after the studies. So we're going to be revisiting this after I've done after I've done like an hour of clouds. We'll jump back into that. Yeah, hopefully get it into color a bit later. It's exciting. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. I like getting things into color quite quickly. Especially when it's my own stuff. It's where I'm most comfortable, you know. And I'll show you how we sort of directly transition this into color. Yeah. So there we go. So study. Here we go. I will probably start this one directly in the colors, actually. Again, we're going to like stylize the clouds quite a bit. So again, like we're just using the clouds, if you like, as a reference for the general look and feel. But otherwise, we're going to stylize the shapes quite a bit. The shapes and the flow. So yeah, I'm just borrowing some colors here from the background to kind of flesh this out real quick. And we'll get into that. Do you always start the day with studies? Yep. When we are at work, after we have done our like feedback in the morning, we do studies for half an hour as a team. You know, kind of project related studies, but studies nonetheless. it's a good chance for us all to like chat together in the morning and to just get warmed up. I mean, it's like you don't just like go to the gym and start picking up weights and like getting into your workout, do you? You warm up, and while you're not gonna pull a muscle doing artwork, it is good to just like get the hand moving, get the brain thinking, kind of just set the intention and the mood for what you're going to do for the day, and just kind of get, let the coffee kick in, have a little chat to your workmates, just get yourself ready for the day ahead. I think it's really important. Also, I was saying this the other day when we were just talking about studies, is that it's not about doing hours and hours and hours and hours of study every day, to improve. That is a big time commitment, a big effort. Actually, just showing up and doing a little bit each day, whether that's half an hour or an hour in the morning or after work or whenever it is, like just showing up and getting that stuff done, and you do that consistently and you get that in every day, like you will see improvement, and so on. It's not something that you have to treat like you're really grinding for. Consistency will win out over this kind of like grind until you die mindset. So show up, do your study, pick things that interest you or that are related to a piece that you're working on. Keep yourself consistent like that. Make your studies be part of like what you're doing, and you will really see some improvement over time. Show up half an hour every day for a year, you'll see massive improvements. So I think it's important to do. You can make half an hour, so do it. At my age, I might pull a muscle doing it. Yeah. And pull a brain muscle for sure. Yeah, there's some problems that need solving in illustrations can cause quite the upset sometimes. But I did say yesterday, like, I normally have my better ideas on how to like move things forward and fix things when I am not actually sat at the computer looking at it. And it was the same yesterday. I went home, had a bit of a nap, had dinner and stuff with Daisy, and then just watched a little bit of the stream back to sort of see, what it's like, what the audio is like, etc. And yeah, just after that, we were just watching TV, but my brain was like ticking over, like, what could the image do with, and I came up with some ideas, and then had a little look this morning, and yeah, feel pretty like good about the direction we're going to take it today. So time away, always good. By the way, is the music okay? Does it sound like my voice is like competing with it right now? Does it need to go down a little bit? When I listen to quick recordings back, everything's really quiet, but I have bad hearing. Music's good for you. Alright, safe. Got something a bit more varied. it's like spooky playlist to read to. I don't know if I'd read to this necessarily, but started listening to a Stephen King book actually recently. I've never read any Stephen King, and obviously his work is like so prevalent in as much as there's so many movies made from his books and stuff like that I was like, oh, maybe, should actually give some of his books a try. So listening to Salem's Lot, which is by Stephen King. So far so good. Like it takes a little while to get into. He sort of slowly develops the kind of characters that are going to be relevant, and now it's the story's starting to sort of kick off to some degree. I'm enjoying it so far, considering I only ever read sci-fi. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Stephen King is Goosebumps for adults. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Hey, boom. It's good fun, like potato chips. Yeah. But yeah, I hear Salem's Lot's supposed to be quite good. So that's where I decided to start. Yep. But yeah, tonight I'm gonna play some video games. Hell yeah. Continue on with Path of Exile. But yeah, these streams have been wiping me out. I literally cycle home afterwards. I just fall asleep on the sofa for like an hour. While Daisy's finishing up work. And I'm just there like... Hey yo, Dan! Dan's here. Dan's lurking. Watch out. Nobody's safe. Yeah, his older work is definitely more serious. Cool. Cool. Game Awards coming up. Oh yeah. When exactly? What's does anyone actually even care what wins? I don't think I've ever cared about the Game Awards. Yeah, I don't. Gaming? I just like it when indie games win in the big AAA. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why that's good. The big studios are like, do you know how expensive it is to waste money on a game? Do you know how much money we wasted trying to get a bigger budget? Yeah. Do you know how expensive it is to not make any decisions? Video games. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see like the rise of some more smaller, like AA and like bigger indie titles and so on. I think be interesting to see. I feel like people are interested in just like smaller, more niche, maybe even single player kind of games, just to have some fresher ideas and like something to play that isn't live service and demands all of your time. I think people are kind of a bit saturated with all that. Unless like something really good comes out, I think people will play, anything if it's fun and good. Hades 2 should be getting something for show. Yeah, cool. I really enjoyed the first one. I didn't pick up the second one. But I enjoyed the first one quite a bit. I saw a lot about it when it first dropped. People seemed pretty excited. I think they just like, you know, improved a lot on what the first one was about, really. The gameplay loop and everything. Don't think it's like, from what I understand, a like completely new revolution in the gameplay aspect. It's just kind of like a better version of the first one. Clouds. Love painting clouds, man. Just kind of go mental. Do what you want. I used to find them quite difficult. And then, as with most things, it's like, once you understand the scale and the differences in scale and the overlapping of stuff, you can do some really nice stuff with it. What really makes the difference, I find, is like you have like big clouds, and then you do these like little ones that, like here, if I do this for example, you do these little ones that are like closer and darker, and they can sit in front of these main ones. Once you start getting this like overlap and differences in scale going on, it really starts to feel like big and epic. I would, for the longest time, like draw them and nothing would really be overlapping, and you just have these big clouds with big shapes and nothing to contrast it, and it would always just feel like really flat, and also not in perspective. That's the other thing with clouds. You got to really be like aware of where you're situated, and mostly you're going to be underneath them, right? And just almost you got to think about you know, the perspective and so on, and try and place things, you know, if you're thinking about the clouds and kind of where they are, and you're thinking about them as just blocks, like you got to make sure that you're seeing like an underside, a front side, and so on. And like, if you just think about it as blocks like that, you can keep yourself in check, because it's quite easy to sort of flatten them out and you just paint them up and down with no scale. I was doing that for the longest time. It's weird, right? Because I understand those things when I do characters, right? I think about that stuff, but then I'm like, you go to anything environment, and it's, yeah, just throw all of that out the window for some reason. It's more and more I have to remind myself, like, just do the same thing that you do. Like, you already know how to do it. Just like, stop putting the mental barrier in the way. Easier said than done, but it's like, it's so silly a lot of the time. You just tell yourself these like narratives that aren't true, and you never really question them, and then you like, suddenly you're like, oh, I can't paint that thing. Like, well, shut up. It's just painting. If you can paint X, you can paint Y, you know? You just don't tell yourself you can't do it. This really needs like some kind of kind of spaceship zipping through. Done it. Okay. Another thing that I find when you paint clouds as well, is that sometimes you can get a little bit too bogged down in shapes and it gets a little bit kind of muddy. You kind of like muddy it up a little bit. And that's where, again, this filter, noise, dust and scratches can come in, and you can like basically take a few levels of detail out and use that as a basis to go from again. You know, something like this kind of resets some of the shapes. You know, you do this and you can see the difference, like, and then you can go in and start building up the main shapes again, or like just the ones that are kind of more prominent in the foreground and keep the ones in the background a bit simpler. It's a good way of kind of resetting if it's gone a bit awry. The other way you can do that as well. Sorry, you can instead of filter, noise, dust and scratches, that does kind of one thing, which is pretty good. But you can also do in the filter gallery, you go to artistic and paint daubs. Here, and basically you turn the sharpness down and you turn the brush size up. You see it's doing a similar thing, but it does it in a slightly different way to dust and scratches. This tends to keep like harder edges where there's more contrast, which can be nice for like keeping shapes in. Oh, holy shit. For keeping shapes, like I'll show you the difference. This is okay. This is nothing. This is with paint daubs, and this is with dust and scratches. So you can see the difference. Obviously, you can play around with the level of how much you distort or simplify, but it can be a nice way for resetting detail if you're painting something. It's an excellent way to, if you are using photographs, to take detail out of a base photograph. So if you just want the sort of general layout and colors to paint over, this is a good way of eliminating all of the photographic detail and going from it. It's just very handy. I use it all the time. You know, so let's say sometimes I'm painting a face of a character, and for the most part the structure's nice and the colors are okay, but I've just like over fiddled with some areas and it's like getting a little bit muddy, or like maybe something's got a little bit out of perspective. I've ended up painting the nose like a little bit in the wrong angle. I will like flatten the face, do dust and scratches, and then maybe mask back through the things I want to keep. So maybe the eyes were good and so on, but then I've reset the planes and everything for the rest of the face, and I can paint it again using what I had. So it's still moved forward, it still has all the colors in the palette, but it kind of resets the shapes, and I can just go back in and find the edges again that I want to find, and you know, maybe alter something. It's better than starting from scratch, I find, a lot of the time. you know, you could also like go back and be like, oh, okay, I'm going to reblock this from the beginning, which is fine. Totally another way of doing things, and it sometimes that is, you know, the method that you need to do. But yeah, sometimes dust and scratches be the one. What happens if you, out of curiosity, that dust and scratches thing, what happens if you see the layer, if I put it on a lighten layer? Is that what you're asking? Let's see. I mean, yeah, it's just gonna kind of flatten the values together. Like, you know, lighten is basically you choose the value of the darkest part of the image, and then it will make everything that value and darker that color. So if you're overlaying the same image on itself, like nothing much really happens with lighten. You know, essentially I'm just duplicate the whole image. If I put this on lighten on itself, nothing happens. And if I do like dust and scratches on this, so like simplify it, okay, and then this is on lighten, like that's it on lighten, and this is it on normal. It's not really going to do anything because it's the same values pretty much. Oh yeah, I mean, you could put it on normal, right, and then put the opacity down, and you could bring back a little bit of the previous detail, but it's going to like soften off the edges a little bit. Yeah, have a play with it. Just go and have a play with it, mate. So yeah, we're going to paint lots of clouds. I kind of like this color palette as well. Something I might try implement in the big piece we're going to work on. Yeah, like lighten's good if you want to kind of reset the values of something a little bit as well. Like if I was like, oh, this is too dark, I want to make the darkest value this. You know, you make a lighten layer, choose this value, and now anything darker than that is going to be that value. So, and you know, again, if I want to make the darkest value like this, I could do this, and you can just reset the values like that, the scale, or even, or let's say I want to change the temperature of it. You know, it's very handy for that. Soften the edges out, just make a gradient out of the whole thing. You know, very, very helpful for all of those things. Definitely good if things are getting a bit muddy. You can just sort of reset the value range at some point. No way I found an art stream without anime. Yeah, it can be a bit like that. Just like, oh, it's cat people and breasts. Bit much after a while. But welcome, birds. It's crazy, right? Almost every single one. Yeah. Yep. It is. I guess, I guess it's what the people want. Do the people want it? I don't know. They all seem to have, like, not many views either. They're all competing with each other. Not that I've got loads of views either, but the people know what they want. Yeah, exactly. They want cat people. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I'm gonna go out on a whim here. It's pretty pathetic, honestly. But whatever. Each to your own. Okay, where we're at. Sweet. Okay. Feeling like I've warmed up my. Gotta stay positive, mate. Yeah, exactly. I've warmed up my cloud muscles. Feeling pretty cloud muscular actually. Cloud hench. Pretty cloud hench, guys. So, yeah, I will quickly just pop to the bathroom and flick the kettle on, and then we'll get into this guy. Yeah, I'll do some changes, get some clouds blocked in, and then hopefully we'll jump into color and continue fixing the problems on there. Oh, you worked on games. Yeah, I mean, check out on the about section of the stream. There's all the links to ArtStation, and ArtStation is probably the only one to go look at actually. Where you can see the stuff that I do. It's mainly character-based kind of artwork, marketing artwork, splash art kind of thing. But yeah, have a look. Have a look. All right. Yeah, give me 5, everyone. RB. See you soon. Hey yo. Thank you. I'm back. Hot drink enabled. And all right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, so obviously I was having a bit of a think about this yesterday after stream, like I said, and yeah, I just want the background to feel like a bit more epic. I'm not really sure about the figures, so for now I'm gonna like leave them out, leave them off. Where are they? Get out of here. And I'm gonna do clouds, but I think I just want something like much more epic. Hey Birds, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. We will be streaming here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every week for the next few months, 11 till 3 UK time. There might be some extra streams during that at some point as well, but those will be like the main ones. And those extra streams, like, they might not even necessarily be artwork. I might play a game or two here and there. But yeah, they're mostly going to be art streams. Just me working on like portfolio stuff and things that I want to work on. Doing tutorials and questions and all that. Good morning, Castonia. Welcome back. All right. Cool. So there you go. Now you know. Cheers, dude. Your work looks great. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. I recently picked up a tablet after a decade, so I'm trying to see what people are doing. Yeah, fair. It takes a little while to get back into the flow of things, but yeah, you stick around. Hopefully you can learn some stuff. Aight. So, yeah, something small that I noticed on this that I wanted to fix. Well, not fix. It's just something that I think would work better in a different way. Is, you know, we were talking about things going front to back and like creating the illusion of depth by having things bridge foreground, midground, background, background, foreground, XYZ. Well, something that I kind of passed over here is that obviously overlap and the perception of things overlapping can play a big role in also helping this idea of space, right? And just with this piece of material here that goes like this, you know, it's nice. It has nice thick to thin, but something that I thought here is like, okay, we can see the top of it, and then we sort of continue to see the side, and then you know, we see the top basically all the way around here. I was thinking actually it might be a bit more dynamic and sort of help to tell the space a bit more if at this point it's coming up this way and it folds round and under itself. So instead of it just being the kind of one surface that's moving around, that it goes up and then it's falling down and around and back. And this way it's overlapping itself as it's turning. And I think this could just be a small little improvement to the way that this cloth flows through the piece here. So I'm going to do that. Cool, right? Self-overlap. Oh. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, stick here, guys, for the pro strats. We only deal in pro strats here. That is a good question, Ace. There is like an initial thumbnail I will show you in a second, that this derived from, which is this. And the reason it started off like this is my original intention was to just do this as a rough for which I would do an oil painting of, right? But then I was like, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here because it's been a while since I painted in oils, and that this would inevitably lead to a lot of disappointment on my part because it's a bit too ambitious right now. So I decided I do like the concept and the character, but if this was just going to be a digital painting, I feel like I'd want to push it a bit more and do something a bit more splash art adjacent. So I use this as the basis for creating this, which is essentially this, but just has a more interesting camera angle overall. So yeah, that's that. And because I had that concept like already, in mind for this, I don't necessarily feel the need to make like 3 thumbnails of different compositions for this, because the idea had already gone through some rough sketching on my part and arrived at that point, so that wasn't the first composition for that, but it is the composition that I arrived at overall that I liked. So yeah, plus I'm doing this for me, right? For my personal work. I'm not doing it for a client, so I don't need to like try and give them, oh, these are 3 different ways we could portray this character. It's like, it's me. So I'm just like, yeah, I like it. I don't need to see anymore. And like, yeah, when we finish this one, we'll start another one, whatever that will be at that time. Which I may do a few thumbnails for while we try and figure it out. But we'll see, whatever that happens to be at the time. Fast forward a few weeks. Yeah, so here we go. A bit of self overlap. It's just a bit more interesting, and shows the depth a little bit more. We have like the foreshortening through the turn. It dips down and it goes back up, and it overall just feels a little bit more dynamic than where it was previously. You should do 3 and give yourself decision paralysis. Yeah, and be like, stun locked. yeah. I'm an easy art director. What was I doing? Fuck. There we go. I gave myself paralysis again just then. Crazy. Yeah. I know what I like. So let's not overcomplicate it. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, even with client stuff, I sometimes think it's kind of BS doing several thumbnails when like you do one and it's good and you just like, this is sick, this would look great, and they're like, well, we would like to see a few more, but I'm like, okay, I know you're going to choose this one though because it's sick, so just let it be known. We're making 2 more, but this one is fucking awesome, so I'll play the game. It's yeah, we're just like the games you play. Okay. I know we're coming back to this one, but we will do 17 others in the meantime. Just to see. Gotta get that FOMO. I'm being facetious, by the way. I'm not. It's not always the first idea, you know. By the way, the YouTube is working now, so all of the VODs, as well as being saved on Twitch, will also be on YouTube. I think Twitch only at my level, at my affiliate level, they only get saved for 2 weeks, I think, now. But on YouTube, obviously, they'll be there forever. So, I'm gonna sneeze. It was cruelly taken from me. It was preemptive, bless you. I think the sneeze was taken from me. It's too early. It'll come back. It'll come back with like violent vengeance in 10 minutes time, where I'll have no warning whatsoever. How do you approach drawing character? How do you approach drawing character for reference? Let's say later on you have a model. Do you mean drawing character from reference? Is that what you... How do you approach drawing character from reference? Let's say later on you have to model it in Blender. Sorry, I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Are you asking... How do you... Okay, let me explain. Cool, yeah. Sorry, I just... I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. If it's like... to draw something that I'd need to model, yeah. I mean, it's not something that I do, because I just do... I'm an illustrator. I just do illustrations. There is not ever a time where, as an illustrator, I would have to do this. And this would be like a really backwards way of doing it. It's like do an illustration and then go back and do the orthos for this. But if I was to say gonna take this and do an ortho of it, you know, I guess I would just, you know, start by drawing out the proportions of like the character itself, like this, and then using my illustration, just build up the main kind of shapes. Of the character and just build it up from that way. But yeah, like I said, it's not something I do. So I don't have like a process for doing that. And if I was doing that, I certainly wouldn't start with the illustration and then be like, oh, should do the T poses. Sorry, the font's really small. Killsby, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. All right. So, yeah, there's a few changes here with the materials floating around. Yeah, sorry I can't be more helpful in that respect, but like I said, it's just not. It ain't part of my job. So yeah, I mean, throughout the process of painting this, these flying bits of material, trust me, will get worked on again and the shapes refined and all of that. But there's just something I wanted to add in here, was the looping back and the overlapping of the same piece of cloth, so that it just feels a little bit more in depth. Yeah, as Devon's saying there, start with front, then back, then block out the basics in 3D and paint over the 3D model. Exactly. Thanks, Devon. So yeah, clouds. My thinking here, if I just turn off all of this for a second. Boom. So these clouds, we very, very basically blocked them in yesterday using the photo and the dust and scratches method. But these are falling victim to what I was talking about when I was doing the cloud study, is that essentially it feels like the clouds are just a flat plane at an angle behind our character, like this, and that everything is on the same plane. There's like the sizing of the clouds here, over here, they're the same everywhere, and so it just feels like a sort of a cloud pattern on a flat background. There isn't any three-dimensionality to it. And what I would like to do is, I have the character what's his arms doing? I can't remember. There we go. Have the character doing something like this, right? He's being all cool. I want the clouds behind, if they were blocks, to be behind and above, and have some real form and depth to them, with other parts coming around, and just really this grand feeling of epic and space and 3D, three-dimensional. So yeah, that's where I'm kind of going to try and head with the clouds on this. So I'll sort of take this back a little bit. I take it back. I got kind of a rough idea of what that should be. Hey yo, Manipold, what's up? AKA GF. We're good. How are you doing? Shit, man, the music got serious. Real serious. Real serious, real quick. Suspense. Am I getting healthier? I'm getting healthier, yeah. I still sound quite congested. But let's play this. It got crazy, actually. I feel like I'm being attacked. Hang on. I just got to change it onto something a bit more chill. There we go. Whew. Yeah, I'm still a bit congested, as you can hear, but I'm feeling a lot more energetic today. So I actually might turn the character off for a bit and just block in some clouds briefly, and then we'll kind of see where that looks. And this is why it's important. Or, let me rephrase that. This is why I think if you just do like studies that are, relevant to the thing that you're working on at the moment, and it's just like a little area of something that you're working on that you're like, okay, I'm going to do this bit today, so I'm going to do a study that's relevant for that this morning. Like that, I painted those clouds at the start of the stream. All of this is kind of in my head. It's already working. So then when I go over to my piece, I'm sort of implementing that study immediately. And that's going to really stick in your head. And then, later on, let's say another day, I want to do the drapery on the character. So I do like a line decker study of the drapery in the morning. I'm just instantly using the study to help inform the work for the day. And even though that study is only like an hour, half an hour before the work, it's so relevant to what you're doing. It's really going to stick in your head. And yeah, I think it's definitely a really productive and good way to fit your studies like in while you're doing, a bigger project, rather than say like, oh, I'm going to spend the whole day working on perspective stuff, which is like a slog because it's pretty boring, I'm not gonna lie, and then you're not instantly applying it, so the reason for doing it, you're not putting those lessons into action immediately. So yeah, study with the intention of like using it straight away. I think you will find better results overall, because especially if you're trying to do portfolio work or just like trying to do a new illustration, to see where your skill level's at, it's hard to then fit in studies around that. But you should always be trying to get a bit of study going, because there's always something to learn. Yeah, true. It is hard getting back into studies once you stop. I agree. So warm up with them, make sure they're relevant to what you're doing, and therefore you'll have even more like impetus to work it out, and just and just show up for them every day. You know, if you manage to get that half an hour in every day, you know, and you're doing that consistently, I promise you will improve. Hey, Zaylin. There's a name I've not seen in a while. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Ugh, that coffee was a bit cold at the end here. It was a bit cold. Okay, so what does this look like with the character in front? Okay, that cloud is definitely making weird with that piece of cloth. I mean, the color and the value will also help this a little bit, but been a while. I'm doing great, actually. Just got back from 5 weeks stay in a health clinic yesterday. All refreshed and full of energy. Nice. That sounds great. Welcome back. Glad you're feeling refreshed, mate. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was thinking about with the epic clouds. You might not necessarily be able to see it just yet because it's not in color, but it just kind of opens up the space a bit more, makes the size of this guy a bit more ambiguous, which you know, I kind of want him to feel a bit more sort of like a godly entity, and I think that's better achieved this way with the clouds. And as I'm painting, I obviously may well have other ideas and mix other stuff in and all that kind of jazz. Nice to see you stream again. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of similar comments. It's good to be back. I've missed it. Give me 1 sec. Sorry. It's grabbing a banana. Add birds for scale. Yeah, we'll definitely put some concept birds in there. Yeah, we'll go through the whole toolkit of things to add. There's going to be concept birds, friggin' birds with man with a stick. Yeah, super important. But yeah, okay. Let's take our study, because I do like the colours from this quite a bit. There's a starting point, at least. Let's get him up here. Stick him over our character for a sec, so he's not in the way. Yeah, so you need man with a stick, you need birds, lens flare, banana. What else? Yeah, the guy with the stick needs to have like the toaster head, you know? The concept art toaster head. Rim light, yeah, check. Already got that. Glowing eyes, check. Okay. So, chromatic aberration, absolutely. So, going into color. I'll start off with the background stuff. The clouds. The sky. Etc. This stuff, they're just like basic shapes. So like what I'll do is I'll like lock all of those layers. All the transparency, right? And then, you know, for this one, colorize. I'll put it kind of over here in the blues. Something close to this, and then I'll just take a big brush. Pick some of the stuff I like out of here. Whoa. And implement it. When we get to the character, that's going to be a little bit more aware. We might use some different techniques to get into color. Something that you might find a bit useful. But yeah, for the most part, I'm just going to paint inside the layers. And you know, I'm going to pick some colors from the study, but I'm also just going to try and get a little bit of like interest in that palette by using the color sliders here. And like, you know, I can turn the color a little bit bluer, a little bit pinker, and just get some nice like hue variations within that palette. You know, if I like this dark blue, right, I can pick this, and this slider is gonna make it bluer or yellower, and this slider is gonna make it greener or redder. And if you don't move it too much, you stay pretty much within the same value. That can be a really nice way to get some nice hue variation, so that everything's not just like a flat color overall. So that's helpful. I'm thinking with the cloud here, it's the light's getting hit on this side. And what would be quite nice is that it gives us like a little bit of counter change going on. Like we're gonna go have like light, dark, light, lighter, on dark. Like there's just gonna be this building up of values counter changing on each other. It's gonna be nice, trust me. I'm just picking some colors that I like out of the reference, and then once everything's kind of in there, I'll play around with it a bit more. Let's go much darker blue. And see, a lot of this as well is, you know, I will pick colors that I know from past paintings and references and so on, you know, things that I've liked before and studies that I've done before. So like I can't exactly give you like a full proof like, oh, you should you should use these colors, etc. Like I'm just going off of this reference and, like I said, other things that I've done before in the past to give me that color palette, and I'm just trying to keep it kind of varied and rich. Oh, you don't use any layer effects like color or overlay, just paint over the grayscale. No, so for some things I will, but like these are just flat shapes in the background, so they're easy to just put colors inside of, right? I've got the shape, I just need the color. But for the most part, but once we get into the character where there is a few values, that's when I might mess around with some layer modes. But I don't do anything really complicated, to be honest. Like for me, a lot of the time, if I've got the flat shapes already, it's easier for me to just put color inside of them. Like when I'm blocking paintings out in the beginning, you know, like I did in black and white, I am trying to be a bit conscious about not using too many layer modes and stuff like that, because it just overcomplicates the process in the beginning, and can make it a little bit difficult to put things into color a bit later on. And that's, you know, something that I can do later. Later though, once the painting's like popping off, I will introduce a lot of layer modes and so on, but keep it simple early doors. Do you mess around sometimes with just color? Like starting in color, do you mean? Yeah, I start in color, you know, for things quite a bit. It just depends like how clearly the idea is there in the beginning, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Or sometimes you're painting something and you're like, actually this would lend itself to just starting in color rather than being in black and white. But generally with character stuff, if I'm working on it on my own, you know, and I'm doing it start to finish, I will have to have a bit of a process going, because I'm not like the most competent draftsman, so I need a bit of a process. Hey, yo, Tina. We got Tina in the house. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Looking awesome so far. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I'm ultimately making a lot of sense. I hope so. All right. So I'm going to continue to block in some color for the character, and like this is where I might do some. Actually, the way I've set it up, I don't really need to. So this character, right, is a flat shape. This is the bottom layer that has a bit of painting inside of it. I know that I want. Hey, no worries, Tina. Yesterday's stream is up on Twitch. The VOD is there. It is also up on YouTube. So by all means, like, go back and check it out at any point. If you missed it. Alrighty. Yeah, so this guy is a flat shape. This is the bottom layer of that. I could turn off the rest of the stuff just so that we're just seeing the character here. Okay. He's just a flat layer. This is him. Old flat Stanley over here. And then on top of that, the arms are like a separate flat that's just sitting inside of that. And then the lighting is this. And because these things are separate, I can straight away just colorize this as it is, right? I don't need to mess around with the layers. I'm thinking I wanted the fabric to be kind of off-white, like our line decker studies from the other day of the bed linen, and like the base coloring of that to be quite light. So I'm thinking something like this. All I've done to open up this is you would usually press Control U. It brings up this panel. If I'm on this layer, it's just going to be affecting this layer. And I can hit colorize in the corner. If you do this otherwise, and I move these sliders around, nothing's going to happen, right? But if I go colorize, it's colorizing this, and as you can see, I can change the hue, the saturation, and the brightness of that here. So that's what I'm doing. And I will just set this, and then I will set the other layers, and I'll see if it works. And a bit like how I was starting the composition originally, when I just had the black and white shapes and I was moving them around, and I was like, okay, this looks better here. I'm going to change the shape of this. I'm going to move this, etc. I'm now doing that same thing, but in color. So I've got some rough colors. I'm just going to set a color for everything, see what it looks like, and then start to mess around with those colors and maybe do a little bit of painting to add an additional color to the palette. But it's basically just going to be a colored version of the black and white, and it's still a sandbox, so I can still move things around. And I'm just going to sort of set the next level of, you know, what the painting needs. And at a certain point, I might even like paint over the image as a whole, like on top of everything, and just paint in like, okay, I want a bit of color here, I want a bit of movement here, and then I can use my flat shapes to cut everything back out into layers again. I'll show you that as we go, but yeah, at this point, very much still experimental in a sandbox, like not committing to anything. I just need to sort of see everything all together. So this color might change, the value of it might change, but because of the way I've set things up, it's very easy to. So I'm going to select this for my base for him. The hands, I did want them to be this kind of like black kind of goo, right? But they're reflecting a lot of the environment, so I might get a bit of a subtle kind of bluey hue in here just to start with. The lighting will obviously be its own thing, but I kind of like it slightly off black, as it were, not too saturated. And I do want them to be quite dark though. Who is this guy? Do we have some lore? We literally don't have any lore. This guy is all of the things that I wanted to paint recently are all happening in one image. That's the lore. Skulls, glowing eyes, drapery, clouds, black goo, liquid gold, you name it. That's what it is. Okay, so this is my shadow, right? It's a multiply layer. It is masked out. If I disable the layer mask, you can see it just covers the whole character. So this is my shadow value, right? On here, and I'm going to choose choose a color for now. So I'm just going to enable the layer mask, and all this is masking through, and you're seeing the underlying color. You're seeing this color through the mask, and I just want to tint this multiply layer a little bit, so I'm going to colorize. And again, let's think about the lighting here. We have this kind of like warmer light that's hitting the clouds, and we have all these like much cooler kind of purples and like cold oranges, pinks and stuff in the clouds. So we've basically got warm light, and we're going to want a kind of a cool shadow, I think, in here. Is my reckoning, but we'll see. It might be too much. So that we have that kind of separation of light and dark in here. So let's try. And this thing, I think it's going to be like, it's going to want to be pretty subtle. Even if it has a slight hue of like purple or blue, it definitely doesn't want to be that saturated, I don't think. And it can leave room for us to saturate it in places a little later. But yeah, I'm thinking it does want to be sort of on the sort of pinky bluer side. And he might even be like darker down below. But I got to be careful here because it's light cloth. And if you ever go outside, do you ever go outside? But if you go outside in a white t-shirt and you cast a shadow on that t-shirt, obviously it's still a white material in shadow, so it shouldn't be darker than, say, a darker material in the shadow. And this is where you can run into things being quite muddy. And this is where like the values as well from a sketch don't necessarily translate into color super well. Because in black and white, you do things so that you have a certain contrast, so that things are like punchy and they look right. If you transfer that directly into color, sometimes you find that it completely doesn't work. The value transitions are way too far apart for the local color of the material. So that is another kind of reason for like not necessarily directly transitioning the values from your black and white into color directly, and actually just playing with the coloring of stuff as you go. You'd honestly, you'd have to be an absolute genius to paint something in black and white wholly, completely paint it in black and white, and have the values make sense when you transition it into color. Like you would honestly have to be an absolute genius. Most times I see this happen. The paintings have values that don't make sense for the local value and color of the surfaces. And you end up with like a little bit of a muddy execution of things overall. And not all over, but most times. And like I said, you honestly, you'd have to be a genius to paint the correct values for something in black and white, and then be perfect in color. Like, I show me that person. They don't exist. It's super difficult. So I think in the bottom half here, I can, he's going to be in shadow, and I want this kind of color movement a little bit, that I go from like this sort of slightly more pinker, lighter thing up top, and then it transitions to something a little bit darker down here. But like I said, it's white material in shadow, so the value of this in the shadow here can't be darker than something that is actually darker than it in the shadow also. I don't know if I explained that very well. Let me diagram time. Where's Fridge Cam, by the way? He's still in the same space. No, I'm actually in my own studio. So, in the past broadcasts, obviously, I used to be in my kitchen, in my house. So the fridge was behind me. There is a fridge here, and it actually is behind me, but it's just through this wall. But yeah, I'm in my own studio here. Hence all the walls. Hang on. Hey, Peter. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Cheers for the follow. Yeah, I'm in my own studio here, hence you can see the foam on the walls. And this is where I work from. But yeah, we do need Fridge Cam. Absolutely need Fridge Cam. Hey, Peter, welcome. Thanks for following, man. and thanks for tuning in. I'm much appreciated. Why are you streaming? Why I stream in the kitchen? Well, because I was working at home, and my apartment is like one huge room where the kitchen, living room, and my workspace is like all in the same large space. So oh, hang on, I need to save this as a PSB. Give me 1 sec. It's got too big already. Yeah, give me a sec. So yeah, that's why I was in the kitchen. FYI, smart ass. Easy snacks. Yeah, it's too easy to snack. Too easy. Sorry, I'm just quickly saving this, but I need to save it as a PSB because it's got kind of large now. And while that's happening, I will quickly. Oh, looks like my camera software's doing a silly thing. Okay, there we go. all my camera edits have come off, and you saw the real me. Okay, yeah, give me a second. Sorry, be right back. I need to use the bathroom, and then we're coming back to the painting. I can leave you guys on the painting for a second, actually. Bit more interesting than the be right back page. All right, 2 secs. Yo, okay, sorry. Thanks, everyone. Got to drink bare fluids because I'm sick, and then obviously you know how that works. Biology. Okie dokie. So yeah, we basically transitioned this guy into color. I'm going to use some different layers to add some like effects to how the color would work on this dude. You know, glowing eyes, one thing, but also some subsurface stuff. But right now we just transition like everything over. Oh yeah, these are some like extra bits that we painted in here. So let's see about these. Colorize. Okay, that can be something like this for now. Skull. Okay, so this guy is maybe a bit more of an interesting case, right? It's the skull. It's intended to be gold. It's flat as is right now. So like how do we transition this into color? So yeah, we can obviously colorize initially, which will just give us like a very kind of base start for this. But there's a few more layers that I would add in here as well. So gold, or at least reflective gold, it takes on quite a bit of the color of its environment. So even though it's like, it's gold, you look at gold outside under the sky, it takes on those colors, and it's a bit more reflective, and so on. So I might use, say in this case, lighten, and take a little bit of the cloud color, and thinking about what's the word, how the Fresnel effect is applied to reflective surfaces, start to just introduce a little bit of that color. Yeah, I know you've probably heard of the Fresnel effect. It's a bit of something that comes up a lot. So it sometimes can be like a bit annoying because it's a bit of like a buzzword, if you like, but it is a very important thing to understand, especially if you want to paint reflective surfaces, is to understand this. Very, very rudimentary idea here. But if you have a ball, a sphere, right? And this sphere is like sitting on the ground plane. Okay. Like this. And it has a sky, behind it with clouds. Whatever. And we are looking at this ball, like it is in front of our eyes, and if I'm drawing like my eyes on it, I am looking at it dead in the center, right? My eye level. That's where I'm looking at the ball, right? This kind of middle section, and let's make this ball just like, it's a dark purple ball. Okay. And it's a reflective material. Okay. It's like, a fairly reflective, shiny surface. Okay. The middle of this ball, this like middle 2/3 section, is going to look like the local color of the ball. Okay. I might even see like a bit of a reflection of myself in there. Yeah, like my head and shoulders as I'm looking at it. But around that, the local color of the ball is going to be what I'm seeing. Okay. As this surface turns away in every direction from where I'm looking at. So as this ball is turning away, the surface of it is turning around. Its angle to the what's around it is getting more and more acute. As this is happening, if you imagine my eye line, when I'm looking at myself directly, I'm looking at the ball from the side here. If I'm looking at this bit, the light is reflecting back into my eyes directly, so I see myself and I see the local color of the ball. As this surface is turning around more and more in every direction, so if I'm looking at it from the side like this, but if I'm looking at it from the front, in these directions, my eye line is going to hit the ball, and the light that it is reflecting is going to be, like in this case, there, or in this case, there, and so on. This ball is increasingly going to seem like it is getting more reflective towards its edge until, if I'm looking right at the top here, it is going to appear to almost reflect the sky like 100%. So then this is the Fresnel effect. So if this has a blue sky behind it, you know, I'm just going to do like, yeah, your quintessential blue sky with clouds behind the ball. This ball at its edges is going to get increasingly more and more reflective of what's around it. So down here it's the ground. Okay? Until like up here it's basically going to reflect it 100%. Now the reflection is always going to be darker than the environment it's reflecting, because it's a surface that is colored, bouncing light back to your eye. So it's not the first-hand light itself. So it's always going to be darker. So this value here is always going to be darker. You know, and there's the clouds. Whoa. Clouds. You know, getting modeled around the sphere in here. So this effect of the surface becoming more reflective at its edges is called the Fresnel effect. And this will happen more on very reflective surfaces, and this will happen more on reflective surfaces, and to a lesser degree on like more matte surfaces. So let's say this ball is like a kind of much more matte, kind of rougher plastic. It's still going to happen, but it's going to have much less of a impact. So the values are going to be darker and more like this. Elmshaw, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I need to make the font bigger. I can't see it. So it happens more and more, and a good place to see this is on a car. So car body outdoors. Cars are a really good one to see this on, just because everyone sees cars, right? You know what cars are. Let me find a car. Why won't it it's like it showed me all cars that are covered up, which is crazy. It's also hard to find like sometimes car photos that aren't completely doctored because they're like for an advert or something. Just like someone taking a picture of their car. You can also see it on like the surface of a lake. Is also another good example for this. Come on, cars. Why is everything blurry? Okay. Okay, so this plane, like here, is facing us fairly directly, okay? It's not completely 100% flat to our vision, but it is facing us fairly directly. Now, if I think of the form of this panel, and I draw kind of like a grid on it to show like what's facing us, or at least what direction these things are facing, right? Let me do this in a different color. These planes are facing us like quite directly, right? Almost exactly to us. But you see, like this one is facing ever so slightly upwards, and more this plane is facing upwards until it's really acutely like facing upwards, like the roof here. It's facing completely upwards. And this one, it has a curvature to it, so it's like it's facing out this way a little bit, and this one out this way, and this one out this way, etc., etc. And that's happening. So you can see here where something is facing us a bit more directly, it is its local color. It's the color of the car, this kind of gunmetal gray. But as it's going back, it's and that angle getting more acute, it is now starting to take on more of the color and reflection of the environment, 100%, right? So you can see here, even this bit, because it's facing us more directly than this plane, it's darker. This is actually the more local color of that part of the car. This plane is facing slightly off in a different direction. It's slightly lighter. So this is the Fresnel effect happening in this direction, but it's also happening in this direction. Well, in every direction, but in this direction. And this is how we can tell this is A, reflective surface, but B, what planes are facing us more directly than other planes. And because a car has like a layer of gloss over it, a gloss layer that is like a see-through thing, it reflects the environment like a mirror, right? But in this particular portion here, we can see the Fresnel effect in action. All that to say is, you need to understand that to be able to paint reflective surfaces well, because that is what you're painting. What you're painting when you are, looking at that. When you're looking at a reflective surface, you are painting the Fresnel effect. So you got to understand how it works, so that you can implement it properly, and make your reflections and reflective surfaces make sense. So there you go. It can be a little bit hard to understand. I can't pronounce your name. But thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Yeah, that is what you're painting. So for example, this plane of the arm here is facing like a bit more towards the sky. So this would take on a little bit of the coloring of like the sky over here, because these are intended to be kind of like wet, kind of sticky black, kind of goo material, right? So there's going to be Fresnel effect on the hands. This skull is gold. There's going to have some amount of Fresnel effect going on, and so on. Yeah, car bodies, like I said, is a pretty good one to see it on. Also, a lake. If you're standing at the edge of a lake and you've got your feet at the edge of the water, if you look right down at the water, you'll just see through the water, right? You'll see the pebbles and stuff. You're seeing through the clear water, but water's reflective. So as you like look towards the horizon, the plane is going to get increasingly more reflective as it gets closer to the horizon, till at the other end of the lake, at the shore on the other end, it will look like it's just reflecting what's above it like a mirror. And that's why that's happening. So let's have a look. Lake photo. Yeah, we need one where we're kind of looking down a bit more. Perfect. I found the perfect image. It's for all the non-believers. Okay. You see here, we are able to see the rocks and stuff underneath the water. This is because... Whoops. This is because... if we are standing here, and this is the lake, and we got the mountain at the other end, okay? if I'm standing where the photographer is right here, I'm looking down at the water at this angle, and I'm able to see through it, okay, to the bottom. But if I look here, I'm starting to see the reflection of like the top of the mountain, right? And as you can see here, we can still see a bit through the water, and it's like the valley of the clouds and stuff is darker, darker, darker. But at a certain point, the water starts to act like a mirror, and it's just reflecting everything behind it, like completely. So here, we're still seeing through it, and there's a bit of like, I can half see the bottom, you know, I can half see the sky. But at a certain point, when this angle gets shallower, it is acting 100% like a mirror, and it's reflecting the sky and everything above it. But that effect is diminishing the closer it gets to us as the viewer. And this is all to do with where you're standing, because you're the one perceiving it. Where if you move, everything moves. And this is the effect on a flat plane. Yeah. So that's why that's happening. And it applies to anything reflective that you're going to paint. So learn it. So I've roughed in my, Fresnel effect basics on the skull here. It's reflecting the environment a little bit. That's basically all you really need to know. But it's there are parts of this that need to be kind of specular, right? A little bit of juiciness in the coloring. It's going to be gold after all. So this is where I'm transitioning this into color. I'd use a color dodge layer. So got a new layer clip to it. Color dodge. Double click on that layer. You're going to open up this layer style panel. You want to uncheck transparency shapes layer. And this will unlock the color dodge layer and give you much more juicy hue variation and so on. If you don't do this, then you don't get that kind of nice, you see if I do this, I get that nice like burn effect where I've introduced, look, I've got all this color, got the hot yellow, I got this orange, in the palette. It looks like very juicy. If I turn those layer style off, or turn it back on rather, boom, you see what's going on here? Gross. Amazing. Gross. Yeah, so ungrossify your color dodge. And this is a really nice way to kind of enrich your palette a little bit with color dodge. And just add some little extra zzzz in the color. So yeah, gold's a bit of a weird one, right? Because we're like, oh, gold is gold. Gold has a color to it. It's the gold color, But gold, to a certain extent, is quite reflective. So a lot of gold is the environment it's reflecting. So you end up with kind of a lot of greens and kind of these really dark bits that are almost just browns, and they're not gold at all. And if it's reflecting the light, then it takes on all these colors. So in this case, the gold is very, very minimally going to actually be gold. There's going to be kind of areas that face us more directly, Fresnel effect, that are going to have the sort of gold coloring that makes us go, oh, that's made of gold. But for the rest of it, it's going to be reflecting its environment to a certain degree. So it's not going to be gold. And if you just make it gold, it will look like the color, but it won't appear to be reflecting its environment. So it'll just look like kind of a plastic gold thing, because it's not reflecting its environment a lot. Whereas obviously real gold is very highly reflective and reflects the environment loads. you take, if you look at like a piece of gold outside, it's just going to reflect the sky. It won't look gold. It will look gold only where you're looking at it directly. Sorry, got me on an absolute rant. No. Yes, Elmshaw, correct. I did talk about the color dodge. The color dodge thing. I do mention it pretty much every time I'm painting because I use color dodge a lot. And yeah, it's always worth mentioning. There's always someone that doesn't know about it, and so yeah, end up bringing it up. I know for the veterans out there, you're like, oh, shut up, Alex. Talking about friggin' color dodge again. Grow up. But like I said, there's always someone that hasn't heard it, so it's always worth mentioning. Color dodge is peak, yeah, bruh. Know that. Know that, fam. Oh, you just taught one more person. There we go. That's why it's worth it every time. So, yeah, these are like going to be sort of the black goo that then becomes the skulls that get turned gold, right? So, black surfaces, very reflective. They kill the color usually, but like a black shiny ball, black kind of wet oily ball is going to reflect its environment quite a bit. So hence these skulls, they take on a little bit of that environment. They're not going to be like entirely black. And we'll use a little bit of lighting later to like lift, this finger out from this right now. But I said, I'm just blocking stuff in, mate. So on this guy, I'm going to use a color layer because he's part of a group, so I can't shift the colors of all the group. So I'm going to use a color layer here. Color, if you set a layer to color, you literally just changes the color. If you want it blue, use blue. It takes your underlying values. So it's a really good one for if you painted the values of something already in black and white, and then you're transitioning to color. It's a good first layer because you can put it into color. And for example, I can add, the colors for the parts that are going to be sorted out by the Fresnel effect, and I can sort out the color for the shadow on top of this, and like it does a pretty decent job of like transitioning your values into color like that. If you just like leave it at that, it's obviously going to appear pretty dull. And this is where I do another color dodge layer on top. And yeah, just get a little bit of that burn in there. I don't want to like blow these values out entirely, but this is fine for this kind of blocking kind of stage, because I do want to see like I need to be able to sort of squint at this image when all the colors are there and get an impression of like, okay, this is what everything is going to look like when it's done, and then I can judge what needs to change from that point. Okay. So I'm just slowly turning everything back on that was there previously and colorizing it. In this way, we transition the entire image into color from the black and white. And then we basically have a color thumbnail, which we can work on more and start to think about the coloring of everything and does it work and what's the values now that it's in color X, Y, Z. Okay, this ball was going to be quite interesting because we wanted to do half of it as kind of gold. So again, I'm going to use a color layer. Select that kind of part as a base, like this. I'm also going to take a little bit of that blue from the environment here and kind of put that around the edge of the ball. Why? The Fresnel effect. This ball is obviously going to be like a real challenge because it's going to be entirely kind of reflective. Like the reference here, you know, my intention is that it is a ball like this. And it's going to, half of it is going to be sort of transitioning into sort of liquid gold. And yeah, obviously that's going to have reflections and this kind of same kind of ripples and drips and stuff. So as you can imagine, it's going to be quite difficult. But that's going to be one of the challenges in this piece, is to get that to read. I am fairly confident in my ability to paint something like that. Like I understand, you know, fairly well what needs to be communicated to do that. So we'll see. It's just I need to have the right understanding of the surface and its reflections to do that. And there's enough references out there for me to be able to figure it out from. So we'll get there with it. Also with the reflections on this, it's like if I get the reflective quality correct on the ripples in the surface, then you know we'll be in a good position to make that work. You know, it just needs to have the right level of sorry, I'm coughing. You know, something like this as like a reflective sort of liquid in a way, it's just going to have very clear, defined and hard reflections. So they just need to be painted that way. It's not going to have like really soft, like airbrushed transitions. Like the reflections need to be clear and defined. And as long as they are, it will work. But if I paint things that are really soft and like airbrush it and just kind of hide in the ambiguity of it, it won't read as liquid. You know, it's going to read as just some kind of like matte material. So yeah, it's really a case of just being bold, using a hard brush, being clear about the decisions, keeping things layered so that you can make changes, and looking at references to get some shapes. Ultimately, a couple of good and well considered like reflection shapes in this ball will do it, and then it will look great. It just take a little bit of work to to get that, but it'll look sick when it's done, so trust me. But anyway, I don't need to think about it too much yet, because that is a detail, and details are not what we're painting right now, but I'm just kind of blocking in a couple of things here just as a reference to myself. And there'll be some back and forth on it. Are there any more nifty one-click tricks like the color dodge transparency thing that you'd say people don't know? Off the top of my head, I can't think of one right now. But there might be as we go along. That one that applies to color dodge also applies to all of those layers in that category. So lighten, screen, color dodge, all of these it applies to. Sorry, color dodge, linear dodge, screen. It applies to them. Shavices, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Just going to flatten this down. Merge layers. I'm sure there is. I just can't think of one off the top of my head right now. As you can imagine, sometimes like painting and talking at the same time is already kind of a bit of brain overload, and so having to then like think of something on the spot as well, it's just sometimes it's a bit too much, and I can't, and I'll come back to it. So I'm sorry if I like end up rambling a little bit, or seem to lose my train of thought. But yeah, it's a little bit. It's okay. Just get a bit of a brain overload. Because yeah, obviously painting already takes a lot out of your mental faculties, and talking as well just starts to get crazy pretty quick. Anyway, I shouldn't focus on these details of the ball because it's not important right now. What's important is it just generally represents the colors that are going to be there. So yeah, is the funny Pokemon bear your fave Pokemon, or what's the story there? I didn't even know it was a Pokemon. I just when you're looking at all of the stuff you can have for alerts, there's so many GIFs and stuff, and I was just looking at it like I actually don't give a fuck about what it is. So I just picked that because it moved funny, like it moved weird. That was all. I actually didn't know it was a Pokemon. So there you go. Yeah, it's just kind of odd. It's an odd one, so it fits. I don't know how you can talk and paint at the same time, to be honest. Yeah, it's taken some practice. But yeah, I do end up just like losing my mind completely sometimes. Like I'm talking and then I'm like, what the fuck? What am I even talking about? Spender, that's the name, is it? Cool. Well, new favorite Pokemon, I guess. It's the right choice. He's cute. Sure, man. Like I said, not really into Pokemon. Didn't know it was Pokemon. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. Don't hold it against me. So I'm transitioning this material into color, but obviously it has light painted on it already, so what I'll also do is take a color layer. Take a color layer and brush in that kind of warmer color a little bit, but this stuff will just need painting over basically, but I can get enough of it in. You draw on auto mode while brain uses brain cells for talking. Yeah, that's why that's why sometimes I look at what I'm painting as well and I'm like, I've made some really glaring mistake that if I was just painting by myself I wouldn't necessarily have done or leave. And then after stream I look at it and I'm like, oh, what did you do? And yeah, it's just the talking aspect of it. But yeah, with practice you do get better at it. Talking and painting, as with everything, but it's quite tiring. Like after stream I'm just absolutely wiped out. Yeah, I cycle home and then I'm like, oh, I'm outies. That takes a lot out of you. But I'm also a bit under the weather, so once I'm feeling a bit better as well, we'll be back. The rants will be strong. The crash outs prevalent. Oh, see. It's Pandir in German. What's happened here? Sorry, the music froze. My bad. It's Panda in German, so weird how they have different names sometimes. Okay, whatever. Do you keep working on stuff after stream? No. No, I don't. I turn it off. I go home. I do look at it again later in the evening, but yeah, I don't work on it more after stream. By the way, will the statues in the background come back, or did you get rid of them completely? They might come back. Honestly, they might. I just wanted a kind of more epic thing going on with the clouds and the coloring of that. And there may still be space for these things in the background. I've not ruled them out. The great thing about obviously all of this being like layered in this way is that nothing is gone. I can still work between everything, so I know what I'm like. I'm the sandbox king, so I will keep messing around with things and try something in the background, and then tomorrow it will be like it's a gold unicorn back there, and then all of that jazz. We've still got that triangle that I kind of liked in there. Yeah, this circle. But there's quite a bit of like shape stuff going on back there right now with the material and the clouds and stuff. So I would need to refine some shapes and really figure out a bit more what's going on for that. But as you can see, we kind of transitioned the image into color pretty much now. Basic color. So a few things I can do now is like work on the placement and shape and coloring of certain things, and continue to just basically move things around in the image as a thumbnail, adding a little bit more detail here and there to help push the focus, and like look at areas that maybe are drawing too much focus. Like right now, because the head doesn't have like this nice hot value in the eyes, and like the color palette is kind of just two colors right now. the face and the head kind of are not pulling as much attention as they should. And so that's something that I'm going to look at now in the coloring, with like the rim light on here, the coloring around the eyes, maybe some extra coloring in the material, and like add a bit more detail in the folds and stuff at this point, and just try and balance that. So I'm just going to look at sort of attention values, where everything is. Just out of interest, let's have a look at what this looks like in black and white. Yeah, I can't remember. It looks fairly similar to how it did before we transitioned it to color, but definitely the values on this guy, at least in the darks, are a lot lighter now, and so on, because it's very difficult to translate your values one to one from black and white to color and have them make sense. So there's a few things on here that had to be changed. I'm wondering if the ball behind actually could do, because the distance, right, it's a bit further behind the head, that overall it maybe just needs to be a little bit lighter in the darks. I'll slow down in a sec. Have to go now. Have a nice rest of your day, and thank you for the answers. Hey, no trouble, Ace. Thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. Thanks for being here. Okay. So, our guy. Color dodge. Here we are. So, glowing eyes. Wanted to be our big kind of draw and focus into this dude. I would go back, obviously, I will go back and paint like all of these things properly, but as this sort of color rough stage, I need to get a good idea of like where everything's going, to be able to make informed decisions, you know. So I'm just putting in some little color accents that are going to help me later to figure some things out. In like little accents that I'm going to use to sort of enrich the palette a little bit, and how that's going to work. See, we've drawn a bit more attention back up here now that we've got a bit more sort of color and like that brighter value around the eyes and so on. In the shadow there, nice little bit of contrast. And now it's like, oh, okay, we're looking here. Now, as we're here, the skull was drawing quite a bit of attention because it's got this like hot spot. It's got this juicy coloring. There's a bit more detail here right now. So it's like, oh, okay, this draws a lot of attention. Now, okay, we start to pull the attention back towards the head. You know, more detail up here will help. You know, we'll have the folds and all that kind of jazz. How there's going to be a lot of painting on this material to like get it right. The way that it hangs and folds and stuff is going to be really important. Especially after we did the line decker studies. There's some really nice juicy shapes that we can implement into these areas. That's really going to help. I think local colouring wise, like I maybe want him to have kind of like a darker sort of waist sash kind of tie up, just to give him a little bit of definition in the middle. And we did talk about like jewelry on this person and so on as well for additional stuff, you know, like imagine if I just paint this all on top right now. So like imagine kind of some jewelry that hangs off the wrists. Maybe we got rings. Yeah, we talked about this skull like being sort of formed out of the liquid, so still parts of this are like flowing, and we got some kind of quite challenging reflections that we'd have to deal with there, but you know it's not fully like solid yet, so it would start to be a little bit like this. You know, blah blah blah. That would all happen. This guy, it might be that his eyes need to be a bit further up, because he's, you know, he's kind of looking down a bit. We'll figure that out in a bit. But yeah, stuff like this. It's gonna need a bit more adornment to it. So maybe there's like some kind of gold embroidery around the edge of this, and the inside of that maybe has a slightly different coloring. I'm just making kind of notes here just to see what I like. You know, talking to myself. You know, nice line decker, bold folds going on in the chest, then like where it tucks into the waist, get a bit of more bold fold. This here, maybe there's a bit of, you know, this material is like kind of a darker kind of bluey velvet, and it's like plaited, you know what I mean? Sort of plaited, braided like that. Yeah, maybe the same gold trim happens on the edge of the sleeve. Yeah, something like this. There's a little bit of trim on there. So on. This thing is gonna need like a real big suss out, but maybe some like swirling shapes where the gold and the black are like mixing together, and the reflectivity of that is, you know, being messed around with. As you can see though, as we start to like put a bit more, and I'm just making notes here, this is why I'm on top of everything, right? Just making kind of visual notes to myself to be like, okay, what's that going to be? What's that going to be? Going to have a bit of, you know, Fresnel on this, on these fingers. It's going to help define the drawing of the hand a little bit. Juicy glow, yeah, under here. I'll be sick. Yeah, I'll be sick. And get nice like hue movement in here. Maybe even this stuff like flows out a little bit more. Like that. What happens back here if we just smoothly lighten? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But I'm kind of liking the direction that the colors are taking overall. It's something that, again, I would like. You know, I'm not streaming again till Tuesday, so I'll give it like a little bit of a break, and then I'll like look at it on Sunday maybe just for 20 minutes, and I might have some different ideas about certain bits, but it's definitely definitely. What is going on here? Oh, because I'm underneath everything. My bad. Sorry, I need to go back up here, make my notes. Yeah. Damn, son. Bit of juice. So I'm just doing this on top of everything right now, but I will go back and sort of cut it back into its layers a little bit. I'm just seeing like how far I can push things, and essentially doing little things here that are quite sort of broad to just see, like, get an impression of what the final thing looks like and where I could maybe push it more or where it needs to like dial back a little bit. Like with this halo thing, I still don't know what this is going to be, but I just do kind of like the idea of having something like this in the background that's just like so blown out and like graphic that it feels a bit like otherworldly in there. But you know, maybe it's too much, who knows. Let's see. How often are you planning to do these, Alex? It's a nice trip back to memory lane while listening to you during work. Ah, sweetheart. Yeah, we're going to be doing these Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday every week. for the next few months, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. UK time. Yeah, the schedule on the Twitch page should have it on there. But yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday every week for 4 hours on each of those days is the plan. And yeah, I aim to like work on. We start the stream with studies, and then at the end of the for the last 3 hours of the stream, I then will work on the main project that I'm working on, which will be, in this case, this image. And then when this one's done, we'll start another one, and go from there. And yeah, I'll be here to like answer questions, do like little tutorials and so on when certain things come up. And yeah, hopefully get through a few like portfolio images. And yeah, maybe at some point I will do some like paint overs and stuff for people that have images that they're working on and so on. But I just wanted to like get my stuff underway first, and then we'll figure out other people. So yeah, I'll be around. Tune in. That aim is to be something that can be on in the background while people are working, and you know, just sort of participate in as and when. But yeah, should be fun. So welcome. Color Dodge. Yeah, Cookie. Well, welcome, dude. Welcome. Thoughts on the self-overlapping fabric becoming a similar color to the reddish orange clouds? Yeah, well, let's have a quick look. They could end up being confused for the clouds, but let's see. Let's just do this very crudely, you know, like this. Not bad. Ooh. While the orange does like get confused with the clouds, the kind of almost like UV purple blue is kind of interesting. It's kind of a bit too much maybe, but hey, look at that. It's definitely got that kind of otherworldly kind of feeling about it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Could be something I do. And on Sundays we come to your house and watch you paint in person. Yeah. I don't know if it's much more interesting than watching me paint on Twitch. Basically I am here in person. Nice. Definitely got me staying in my seat today, finishing freelance. Brilliant. Stay there. Finish it. Get it done. Yeah, changed my mind. The blue looks nice. With the subtle blue in the ball will look sick. Yeah, maybe the blue's the way to go. Blue's looking neat. All right. Sick. Okay. Yeah, I gotta be careful this doesn't become like absolute saturation overload, because I do like saturated colors, and then you know, it can be like, oh shit, this thing has gone gangbusters. But that regal blue does work quite nicely with the gold, and there's like a kind of slight false coloring otherworldliness with it. Yeah, solid. Let's keep it in for now. Yeah, also what I could do is say like, knock the saturation of the image down and then just bring back the saturation in the main guy and the skull. So that it just pops a little bit more for him and less so everywhere else. Like, but that's also something I can tweak later with adjustments and stuff. Yeah. Interesting. I haven't really ever painted anything that's like kind of really, really abstracty like this. So it's quite interesting process because it's almost like anything goes. It's just weird for weird's sake. No, I mean it has the elements of something that I was after, where it's like I wanted it to feel kind of like imposing and kind of like a deity of some sort potentially, or in some way sort of mystical, but still get in the things that I wanted to paint, i.e. the materials and so on. I'm just seeing what it looks like with like the impression of something a bit more solid under the veil. So basically a bit less subsurface and more more form. Sorry. Looks really cool already. Thank you. Well, everything's set up to render stuff. That's for sure. And there'll be a lot of noodling to be done. But in terms of like the painting style, I do want to keep this quite minimally painted. Like the idea for me is not to paint something that is really realistic. And I think that realistic in its finish. I think that, for example, if I look at my most recent piece of work, I was also trying to do this where I wasn't looking to render things in the kind of more extreme detail that I would usually render stuff. So here, for example, I deliberately left things quite at a kind of stage where you can see the brush strokes and there is a little bit less overworked in its effect. And this is something that I did a bit in this one at the end. I basically went round and like overpainted surfaces that were a bit too detailed and just really thought about the brush strokes. So I did it on the brush here and in the hair. And like the top of this, I kind of went back in and sort of painted out a lot of the details. The materials have lots of this, and doing this, I was like, I'd love to do this in my next piece. Is actually like stay in this realm and not really push it any further, and not do this basically. And in this one, I did that. I stayed in that realm of like more flatter, more painted looking details, and not having like the sort of uber detail that this has, where it's got all the little leather texture and stuff, because I wanted to kind of finish it quicker and have something else. Whereas like something like this is really detailed when it comes to the textures. Like I spent a lot of time in there with like doing little threads and stuff, and you can't even see it. It took loads of time, and I actually just want to paint more like this. So with this one, the idea of it is that it is going to be very minimally overworked, and you know, the material I'm going to try and paint like Leyendecker and just keep the shapes very bold and painterly, and there's not going to be any of these kind of soft edges that are here now. It's going to just be very clean and bold. Similarly with like the hands and the reflections, like everything is just I'm going to try and keep it very bold, very brush strokes first, and try and finish everything that it looks like it's just like one stroke is the highlight, one stroke is the color around it. You know, each one of these folds is going to be just a nice clean stroke, a bit like the bed study we did yesterday. Let me bring that up real quick. Bed study, where are you? Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, the material on his robe, like this, going to be very, very clear and present. But yeah, like I was painting this kind of creaminess that the material has, and the boldness of the strokes. You know, I'm not going to go into much more detail than this in this guy. Like I'm going to really try and keep this level of detail and boldness in the design on the way that this is painted. So I've got all the information there now to kind of do that with. And it's just a case of, yeah, executing it. And that might mean like going back and forth a few times, but at least I have this good color study now that's giving me the direction that things are going to go in. And I can sort of re-block this in going forward. So all of these 3 layers that I just put on top of everything, these are just notes for me for later. But what I would actually probably be doing is like going back on here and painting in the shapes as they are, kind of bold, and so on. With these, it's just like, okay, at a glance, you know, but up here, this is where it's heading. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm really liking that blue in the material. It's got that. It feels like a UV light, which just gives this thing a whole different kind of quality overall. And I'm really enjoying that. So, and obviously clouds are going to be really fun to paint. But again, like the clouds study that I did at the beginning of the stream. Sorry, Fresnel effect explanation there. Yeah, so like this, I'm going to try to keep the clouds like nice and bold, but there's not going to be an awful lot of detail. You see, these ones are just like a gradient in a shape and so on. That's how I'd like to paint the clouds in here. It's just like keep them bold and big. So yeah, you get the theme now. The idea behind it. And then, maybe this is where we're like, we can really tell the scale of it. We just do the little concept birds, concept art birds. going through. We're like, oh my god, he's huge. He's as big as a mountain. And then we have this edge here, and then who's on top? It's like concept art guy with a toaster for a head and a spear. On the edge of the mountain. Here we got clouds here. How concept art is that? There we go, guys. Ship it. That's concept art. Right there. We got birds. We got mountain. Approved. Approved. Give me 10. Yeah. Perfect. We'll save this layer. We'll put it... Make it yellow. I'll leave that up there. I'll remember it in a few streams' time and be like, oh yeah, birds. Sick. Okay, so we've got our notes to go further with this. So I'm gonna make a hot drink, and then I will come back, and then I'm just trying to think where I kind of want to start with this. I maybe want to experiment a little bit with the folds on our main guy's outfit, because I feel like that's going to be sort of the biggest challenge for right now, to sort of implement the shapes. So I'll probably get into that for a little bit, and just figure out like how all the fabric is flowing on him. I'll quickly draw over it to sort of show you my thoughts on that. And this is where I might then obviously look at a bit of reference and be like, okay, that's how we're doing this. Because once I have the plan for the folds in here, I can just execute them, and it'll be radical. Yeah, that's basically the folds on him, and the gold ripples in here, the only bits that I'm actually thinking I'm gonna struggle with render wise. So if I can tackle those two things early and just have a good plan for it, or even do it, then yeah, I'll be feeling pretty righteous about the rest of it. All right, yeah, give me 5 then. I'm just gonna make a hot drink, and yeah, I'll be right back and we'll get into it. Stay cool. I realised that I don't actually need hot drink. I just needed food. So I've got liquid food lunch. Once again. I was like, why is my brain going crazy? I'm shutting down. I was like, oh. No fuel. Yeah. Okay, so, like I said, notes off. They're there for the future. So, this is most of this, as we know, I just took the black and white layer and made it a color layer. So pretty much everything, and I can flatten all of this down actually, are all normal layers. I'll keep him undone, but yeah, otherwise it's all normal layers for the most part. There's not any like effects layers that are over the entire image, and this makes it very easy to start painting on, because there's nothing that is changing the way. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting art hench, so I've got to have an art protein, whatever. Yeah, so there's no values, no adjustment layers over the entire picture that are influencing the colors of something underneath. And even if I had lots of those, at this stage I would try and flatten all of those things down and like cut them out and apply them to all of the layers. So let's say I had over the top here this color dodge layer, right? And yeah, let's just for example, it's influencing the entire color palette of the picture like this. Actually, let me duplicate this before I mess around with it. Okay, so I've got the blue down here and the purple up, the orange up here, and this adjustment layer is influencing the entire picture like this, right? So if I want to change anything underneath and I start painting here and I'm picking values, it's not going to work because I'm picking the color of stuff underneath and it's therefore the wrong value on top, and the painting is horrible like that. Like you color pick and it's always the wrong color. So like, oh, okay, just turn it off and paint on it, and then later on you turn it back on and you're like, you can't see what the painting looks like as you're working on it. But so say I've done this for my color rough. What I can do, and it's a little bit tedious, but what you can do is duplicate this a number of times and then take those duplicates and I'll say like clip 1 to my character, and then I duplicate this layer, okay, and I clip 1 to the skull, and I do this for all of my separate pieces. You know, I take another one and I put it behind my character, okay, and it then on the background. Then I can flatten all of those things together, and that has the same effect as that layer being on top of everything, except now that it's isolated. So when I'm painting, I'm just picking the values from all of these places, and they are the values that I'm picking, and so on. So you can do that. And I would recommend doing that if you're using adjustment layers over the top of everything in the beginning, just to kind of get the look, and then you want to go in and paint. I would do that. But more and more what I've been trying to do is establish the painting without that adjustment layers working over everything, so that I basically just have normal layers, and then I can paint in these and do everything locally, And then at the very end of the image, what I would do is then maybe do some grading and like knock things back, punch up the colors in other places, adjust things as a whole. But I'm doing that only at the very end. And if I am doing it in the beginning, like I said, I will cut it out and put all the layers in separately. And that way, yeah, you're just not confusing everything. Because it is a very confusing way to work. If you do that, trust me on that. So yeah, I'm gonna want this reference. Alex, why don't you use PureRef? Shut up. No, I like to have my references in my Photoshop folder right next to the thing I'm painting. I find it quite difficult to have the reference, say, on my laptop screen, and then I'm painting down on my tablet, and I have to look up, to do this. I find that very difficult. I like it like right next to where I'm going to work. So that's why I don't really use like PureRef or anything like that. I just put the pictures in my folder like this, and then as I need one of them, I'll just take it off that layer and I can stick it right next to something like this. And this is just the way I like working. It takes me 2 minutes to throw all the JPEGs in here. And then I'm a happy guy. So yeah, there you go. You can't change my mind on it. You cannot. Why do I then? Yeah, no, you can't change my mind on it. I'm sorry. Old dog here. No new tricks. No new tricks allowed. So yeah, as per this reference, I really like the way that the cloth goes like across the face. Duh. But no, what I mean is this kind of motion, like up and then up onto the shoulder. So my idea here is like that the drapery will come across, and like this bit is obviously going up onto the shoulder here, but then this bit is starting to like pull across from here. And then I'm thinking here, like I do kind of like this area on this ref. So it's like here, maybe as this hangs down off the chest in front of it, that these bits will do this, something like that. And that this shoulder pad and this top bit are one thing, and I'll use a different color for this bit. Then the sleeve, is going to come up and underneath as its own entity, this kind of thing applicable here. And then the body of this, so that will hang under the arm, kind of like that. And this will have some kind of creasing as it comes out from the belt area, and that will sit underneath it like this. And then obviously this sleeve is going out like that. This one's like this. And then, we need another color. Yeah, like we said before, this I maybe think is going to be some kind of like braided kind of thing that's around the waist, etc. So that's the plan. So I'm just gonna do a bit of painting. See about that. The way that he is set up right now is that obviously there's him, but his hands are separate. They are on top. So I can... What do I have to do here? Yeah, boom. I can paint on top of this. Actually, I can still paint into this with the light and the dark That might be quite helpful. Yeah, so I can still paint into this mask at the moment to do the folds and everything. And then once it's at a decent stage and I like the shapes, I'll then paint on top of it with normal layers. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so I'm going to turn off the skull as well, so that I can just see kind of him. And yeah, I'm just gonna get into it. I will duplicate this layer 2 as it looks currently. I'll just turn that off so that if I ever hate what I've done, I've at least got the block-ins still from before. Okay. Let's get into it. It's really nice, this bit that goes over the eye. I wonder if we do something like that over the glow, cuts the glow up in a little way. Being a bit too precious here. I'm just gonna like block this out real brutal like, and then that's what we learnt from doing the study the other day, that actually trying to to be bold, you gotta be bold. No one ever made bold strokes carefully, you know? So actually just better to block this in real brutal, big shapes, bold shapes, and not try and like preserve what's there already. Just be. It's like you've got a big brush. You've got the biggest brush in your collection. You just get it out, and you can only make big strokes. And that will make you make bold decisions. You know, if you are working with a tiny brush to block something in, you are going to make small marks, and small marks equals detail, and that means you're basically going to lose the big impression, the overall visual impression of what it is you're trying to do. Whenever you are blocking something in, I always remember what my teachers at the atelier used to say: always work from general to specific. Never start with the details. And in digital, never start zoomed in. Use a big brush, be nice and bold with your decisions and your brush strokes, and think about the big impression first. What's the overall form? What are the big strokes? What does that look like? Don't zoom in too much. If you can get the impression working when you can see the entire image, and you treat the entire image like that, just as like getting the big impression to work, when you zoom in for like detail time, you will find that there is much less to render, and that rendering is not as time consuming as it's made out to be. If you've set everything up correctly with the big shapes, when you zoom in, you're only doing tiny details, and they'll all have a place to sit. You're not trying to figure them out. You've already done that work. So General to specific, always. With everything. You know, with the values. Biggest values first. With the colours. Main colour statements first. With the shapes. Biggest shapes first. Don't overcomplicate things. Stay big and stay bold. Which I guess maybe also sounds like body positivity and stuff as well, but I am strictly talking about painting here. And if it's not working, like you saw me just then, I had lots of shapes on the chest here, and then I was like, it's getting a bit too busy, a bit too numerous. I just take them out. Just big brush again. I was noodling too much. You know, I kind of got there because I was talking, and then, you know, it became a bit too busy. So I was like, nope, take it out. Block in again. Now the music's real serious. But yeah, if you've ever read, there's a book called Charteris. It is like basically John Singer Sargent's diary. And it has some very interesting insights about his painting process. It talks about whereby he would want to set up the portrait, as in like the face part of the portrait, in one sitting. And the reason being, he would try and block it in like from start to finish in that one sitting, because he wanted that fresh boldness in the impression of it. And sometimes he would end the session by scraping that off because he didn't like it, or he would come back, you know, for the next session, and at the very beginning of the session scrape it down and go again and reblock it again. And he'd do this several times over a sitting until he got the block in that he liked and had the like freshness to it, because he kind of realized that if that block in had mistakes, him fixing them would just undo the boldness of the strokes, and he wanted that master finish, you know, where it's just like one stroke is one statement, and that doesn't come from noodling things. That comes from fresh application. So, you know, he might have like 80% of something he liked on there, but there's 10% of it that is just a little bit too fiddly, a bit too noodly, and he'd scrape it off and go again. And with this, like I really want that sort of boldness to the strokes and the expression. Like, I'm not interested in trying to noodle on this for hours in the rendering. I want that kind of fresh and bold and direct approach to the way it's rendered, and that means, yeah, if anything gets a little bit too noodles, then it's out. We just reblock. Yeah, so this bit is here. I don't really like it right now. So we're reblocking. No noodle, only blocks. Yeah, exactly. It's just because I'm going after a particular finish, right? This, if you're going for like super realism, then yeah, get in there, noodle. But I'm going for something a little bolder. It's got to be creamy, you know. It's got to have that line decker creaminess. this music is really making me feel like the stakes are like really high. You know what I mean? Like, like if I don't get the block in really nice, the bomb goes off. The stakes are super high for me right now. I'm about to push like all the chips in. Yeah, I'm having a boss fight with the fabric. Yeah, it's not too far off, honestly. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The Linedecker's spirit is watching me. Big sneeze. Yeah. Oh, damn. Over Christmas, should I play Elden Ring? I never played it. And I do like Souls games a lot. Stream it. Yes, and Night Rain. Stream it. Okay. Yeah, I could be down for doing like an extra stream that is just games rather than artwork. I could be down for that. Also, I bet you're dying to see exactly how bad I am at video games as well. You watch me old man my way through Elden Ring. Oh, come on. Co-op mod. I would save mods for a second playthrough, but yeah, the co-op mod is tons of fun with someone. A fan art of the boss that kills you the most. All right. All right. I saw someone fighting a boss called Bale the Dread, that kind of one-legged dragon. That looked insanely hard. Yeah, but the boss design and the way that it moves, oh man, it looks sick. Like, super cool. FromSoft at its peak. I also like if you the guy was like calling the NPC for that fight, Egon. His voice lines, he's just like that Egon guy, he hates that dragon. He's like, Baal, curse you. I felt like I was in IMAX or something. Yeah, curse you, Baal. Yeah, that's honestly, it was like very cinematic. That you summon that guy and you can just the hatred in his voice for this dragon is taken like everything from him, I'm guessing. He's just like, curse you, Baal. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. So anyway, I was watching a bit of someone playing that last night, and I was like, "Damn, is this me at Christmas? Am I gonna be playing Elden Ring? Am I gonna be like, I'm gonna be like Egon? I'm gonna be like, curse you, Baal." But of course, that's DLC, right? So I wouldn't get anywhere near there for several 100 hours, probably, right? How does it work? It's not like you'd watch me fight Baal. I'd also really like to do a kind of build that's maybe sort of like, do they have daggers in the game? If not, like sort of dual rapiers, you know, some kind of point weapon like that. 2 swords kind of point weapon thing. I think I could get into playing a build like that. I think I've never been the sort of like huge sword, 2-handed sword kind of thing. Much prefer being a bit more nimble and they have daggers. Stabby boy. There's a really good dagger build you can get from Rani's Quest, I think. Okay. Okay, guys. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, it'd be good to do like one day a week. Aside from the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, let's do like, you know, another stream that's just a game. And I think Elden Ring is probably a good one because I've wanted to play it for forever. And I think it's like decently entertaining for people to watch as well because, well, people love the game, so they like watching people play it, especially for the first time. Like, I've only seen little bits of it as well. I watched obviously that stuff last night, but I have no idea like what the start of the game is like at all. I barely know what any of the bosses are like. Like, I haven't really seen a lot. I've only seen footage of like some of the major bosses. I know everyone says Melania. I actually haven't even ever watched a Melania fight. I don't know what it looks like. The one that I saw the most at the time when people were streaming the game the most was Radahn. That's the only one that I've seen, like, you know, loads of the fight for. Radahn. But you will suffer. That game tested my patience. All my hobies hate Radahn. That fight is great. I'm so sad they nerfed him. Absolute turbo hard final boss. Yeah. Yeah, I was seeing people, you know, on their sort of like 80th and 90th attempts on Radahn, and people just beating their heads against their keyboards and stuff, just being like, ah! Okay. Yeah, alright, we'll get ready to see some elite moron gameplay from myself. Elite level moron, I trust. Yeah, cracked at gaming will be fine. I honestly, I've only ever been good at Apex Legends, and I grinded that game for well over a year. Otherwise, I'm not cracked at games at all. Apex was the best I've ever been at a video game, and that was a long time ago now. No, this is all very regular. Damn it. This is what I mean, look. Even spacing between each of these shapes. Alex Heath. You're embarrassing, man. What do we do? Reblock. Reblock. Embarrassing. There's just something about watching someone play a game you love for the first time. It takes you back to the experience of discovering the game yourself. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah, pro gamer. No, I'm not. You'll see. You'll see. Oh, you'll see. Is Fear and Hunger a survival game? That sounds like a survival game. It's like the most brutal roguelike. Basically, if Berserk was a game. Okay. Curse you, Baal. Oof. The same. The same. I did jump back into Apex the other day just to see how it's changed. There's quite a lot changed. But it is a bit like riding a bike. Like I played a couple of games, and by the end of the second game I was like, okay, we still got it. The muscle memory is still there. But as with, like, you know, Apex has been around for a long time now, so the level of play, like, players are just so good now at the game. Even like lower ranked players are actually pretty cracked. It would definitely take me months and months and months of grinding to get back up in ranked to where I was. Not installed. Oh, dude. Yeah, it's a bit confronting. Because I play on controller on PC, like I have to get basically on top of people, and then I'm much more of a close range person. I'd never use snipers. SMGs, shotguns, and the wingman. That's all we got. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's turn the refs off. Let's turn the skulls back on. Is it juicy? Are those folds looking juicy? Did I block them in nicely? They're feeling pretty juicy. That's where they were. Do you know, I do quite like the right angles that I had in here, where it like comes down and then, you know. I think I lost that part of it. I do like quite like the arrangement going on here. But I'm just quickly trying something on a separate layer, just Joan Art. First time chatting. How you doing? Surprised it'd have a lot darker mood. You never know. We might completely change it. I joined the other streams too, but I was at work, so it wasn't logged onto my Twitch. Yeah, no worries. He's with us in spirit. Damn, it's looking awesome. Thanks, Dan. It's we need to do a few more line decker studies, I think, for the fabric, because I'm just missing some boldness right now in the shape design. Of the folds in the fabric. I feel like it needs much more definition and like certainty in the folding, and the direction that everything's going. Like the sleeve, kind of not so bad, right? And the hood part, but the basically the bit over the front of the chest maybe is okay, but yeah, this bit that comes like round the body, I really love this, the way that this looks, and I would love to be able to do something like that for the body here. Yeah, the eyes are glowing. Who would have guessed it? Exactly. Yeah, because yeah, what I had, you know, it's like, oh, the chest is smooth, you know, and it's going here, but I think overall what I want is, you know, this stuff is going to come off, hangs off the shoulder, and then all of this is going up to this shoulder, like that, and then the stuff under the arm and around is also going to head up in that direction, you know, something like this from the waist. Maybe. I don't know. I do know. I should know. That's what I'm trying to do. But right now, this doesn't feel bold. So we're taking it out. It's going. You got to be bold to be bold. Brexit means Brexit. Breakfast means breakfast. '86 the torso. Yeah, there we go. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, guys. You got to be bold to be bold. You don't get bold strokes by noodling it with a little brush. Okay? Grow up. Big brush, big statements. Be bold. Be strong. Be brave. Channel Linedecker. Would Linedecker sit there with a small brush? No, he wouldn't. He's going in with a flat brush, fully loaded. And he's just putting the shape in. He doesn't even care. He's being an absolute brush Chad. Be the guy. Artist affirmations with Heath. You wouldn't catch him with a wimp brush. No wimp brush. No. Exactly. This is Giga Chad brush. Look, it's so big. Come on. Come on, Alex. Grow up. He tells you how big his brush is. His brush is huge. Guys, my brush is like 500 pixels, right? So, just saying. Pretty bold. Pretty bold. Final phase. This boss fight's really kicking in. Come on, Alex. Grow the fuck up. Just block it in again. Go back to the beginning. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do, mate? Just execute. Just do it. Be bold with it. Is it good? Is it bold? Is it? Is it bold? Not really. It's a joke. That's what it is. It's embarrassing, man. What embarrassment. What a joke. Crazy. All right, chat, audience. It's that is my 4-hour time slot that I've given myself for these streams. I'm gonna have to end it there. Let me just kill the music for a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end it there because I'm knackered and yeah, I've got some plans. But anyway, it's been a fantastic stream. Yeah, we started off with this still in black and white today. We started the stream with a study, and then we started again with this in black and white at the very beginning, and we managed to transition it into color. Hopefully that was useful. And now it's here. This is where the real stuff starts. As you can see, I'm battling the shapes here in the cloth. Like I really want that line decker boldness. You know, I really want basically like this. You know, here to some degree, just really good, big, bold folds in the cloth. Not exactly like this, but you know what I'm talking about. And so we'll continue to battle with that. Like I said, I think the material on this guy, the folds, getting them how I want them, is going to be the biggest battle in the piece. And then secondarily to that, the sort of the materials on the ball. Everything else I feel fairly confident about. But yeah, this material is really gonna get me because I have a particular want for the way it looks, and I just don't feel like I have that right now. It's not bold. You know, it's just not there. So we come back next stream with a new battle. Not so bad. It's on the way. But we come back next stream. We try and tackle that. We get it done. All right? We get it done. We win this battle. Right? And then we can carry on with the piece. And yeah, we'll we'll fix all the things that need fixing. But thanks for your support. Thanks for watching. Cheers to you. Let's have a quick look. Jewel, Asta, Peter, Brandon, Dan, Castonia, Yona, Cookie, Patrick. I'm just scrolling up. Jeff, Ace, Elmshaw, Zaylin, Tina. Hopefully I haven't missed anyone out. Those are all the people that I saw talking. Izzy, there we go. So thanks again. Thanks for tuning in. It was great. Really enjoyed it. Have a great weekend. I will be back streaming next week, Tuesday, 11 a.m. We're going to get on this guy. We're going to win the battles, and we'll push it forward. So yeah, have a good time. Check out the links below to the YouTube where the VOD will be. The VOD will be here on Twitch. And yeah, otherwise see you around. Take care. Have a good one. Peace.